Some nights the rain is your permission slip to hunker down and indulge in cozy moments to your heart's delight. Fall into a deep sleep with Rainy Night Whispers, a cozy collection of 5 hours of rainy sleep stories for grown-ups. You may wish to take a moment to subscribe if you aren't already part of this sanctuary, so you may return to these stories in the future and discover other enchanting bedtime tales, tucked in the safe comforts of your room, where you are warm and dry. You may thoroughly revel in the sleepy feelings brought on by the sounds of rain as you hunker down. In these 7 stories, you may ride on the wings of your imagination to visit a cedarwood cabin in the woods or a cozy ramen shop as rain taps against the window. You may journey to mystical Salem on an autumn night, or find yourself savoring a slow rainy day at a charming cheese shop. Perhaps you will retreat to a historic manor as a storm rages on, or unwind at an ivy-covered cottage in the Welsh countryside. At any point, you may surrender to the gentle pull of sleep and tune out my voice, or you may continue to the next sleepy tale. The choice is yours. It's time to dream away. Welcome to Michelle's Sanctuary. I am Michelle, and as you listen, think of me as the trusted friend who shows up to remind you to take care of your needs. You deserve to feel good at the end of the day, drifting across the bridge to your sleeping life. Pamper yourself as you celebrate the achievement of making it through another day. Before we begin, let's take a moment to slow down and enjoy a few deep, healing breaths. Take a slow inhale through your nose, letting the cool night air fill your lungs and expand your belly. Welcome a yawn and let out a soft sigh, releasing the weight of the day. Continue to breathe in this pattern, feeling each breath deepen. Imagine your ideal place to be on a rainy night. Where do you feel most at peace as the rain falls? Are you curled up beneath a soft blanket by a flickering fire? Snuggled in a window seat with a book and a warm drink? Perhaps you are listening to the rain drum against the roof of a cozy cabin, or watching droplets race down a cafe window as the world glows beneath streetlights. The steady rhythm of the rain softens the world as you inhale its crisp and mineral aroma and let everything go in a sigh as your body grows heavier and the rain continues to fall. The rain is your night-long companion as your breath returns to a sleepy rhythm. Feeling safe, feeling cozy, and in this peaceful state, it's time for the stories to begin. Stormy night at Lookout Manor. Your breath catches with curiosity when you think about the brave souls who brought the Lookout Manor to life at the turn of the 20th century. The golden age of train travel had commenced, opening the eyes of many to wonders that were experienced purely for leisure. Lookout Manor was one of many popular resorts, a beacon of success that came with this era of leisurely travel. You ascend the mountain in a vintage convertible, offered by the resort to transport you to its summit. The driver is congenial yet formal, making occasional conversation as you wind your way through the sinuous roads that snake their way up the mountainside. The air grows purer with every mile, invigorating your senses and filling your lungs with a crisp vitality. The air also becomes thinner, and you focus on each relaxing intake of air as you lean back into the cushioned seat. You look to the sky, feeling the wind kiss your face, offering a sense of freedom. As you drive further up the mountain, the landscape transforms before your eyes, unfolding a panorama of verdant hues and wildflowers that paint the roadside in a kaleidoscope of colors. The cerulean sky stretches above you, a boundless expanse that seems to reflect a sense of endless possibilities. The road narrows into a stone driveway that wraps around gardens and mazes, a barn, and a field of goats. As if guided by fate, you enter the grand wrought iron gates of Lookout Manor. The journey has brought you to this pinnacle, perched at the very edge of the world. The air carries the scents of pine and earth, and the slight minerality from a raging stream that circles the manicured grounds. The landscape is adorned with the vibrant flora of summer, thriving in the last weeks before an early frost will arrive. The car comes to a stop, and the driver gets out to help you with your bags. His eyes sparkle in the sun, yet his demeanor remains stoic. You step onto the expansive grounds of the resort to be greeted by the smiles of staff members standing at the main doors. Despite the myriad of guests who, like you, have come for an escape from the stresses of daily living, there's an uncanny sense of quietude that envelops the space. The energy of the mountains, with their awe-summoning presence, make all the activity of humans seem small and inconsequential. Even at its most bustling times in summer, the retreat maintains an air of serenity. Lookout Manor, a stone masterpiece that reflects the influences of Gothic castles and English manors, stands as the sole dwelling for many miles. Staff members live on the property, exuding deep reverence and love for this magical place that has been maintained by generations of family before, who also lived and worked here. Lookout Manor evokes a sense of timeless elegance. Its thick walls tell stories of ages past, bearing the weight of history like a well-worn tome. Intricate details and carvings draw your attention, as every nook and edge of the facade were an opportunity for an artisan to showcase their talents. Your eyes travel from the delicate tracery of windows to the imposing grandeur of the main entrance. As you venture closer, you notice how the peaks of the stone manor emulate the jagged summits of the surrounding mountains, still adorned with a dusting of glistening snow, even at summer's end. The manor appears to have organically shot out of the very earth it graces. The stone facade wears its age with dignity. Each weathered deviation is a marker of time, and all the castle has witnessed and survived. Elaborate multi-paned windows and French doors look out on the breathtaking vistas, and you see some guests leisurely basking in the sun behind the ornate iron rails of decks and Juliet balconies. The grandeur of the mountains mirrors the majesty of the manor, and you cannot help but feel humbled by the beauty that surrounds you. You enter the front doors and follow the blue and green carpet into the lobby as a staff member greets you and takes your bags, inviting you to explore the property as your room is prepared. You are handed a key with a scarlet tassel and a hand-carved wooden keychain that has been painted to replicate the manor and surrounding grounds. You place it in your pocket, eager to meander the property. You soon realize that your arrival at Lookout Manor is not just a destination, it's an immersion into a new world. The mountains offer a sense of protection, yet also a feeling of isolation and remoteness. It makes the happenings at the manor feel at times dreamlike. While your room is prepared, you explore the other side of the lobby. Every new corner unveiled reveals the designer's intention to reflect and honor the magnificence of the world outside. You step out into a courtyard and remember the words of your driver echoing in your mind. He described the unpredictability of storms that roll in with a ferocity that matches the mountain's stature. Yet as you step onto an emerald knoll that unfolds like a grass carpet beneath your feet and look to the sky, there's no sign of rain. The world around you is a serene canvas of blues and greens. A path leads to the topiary garden, which brings to life otherworldly beings and animals. These hedges sculpt into intricate shapes: a cupid, an angel, an ethereal goddess bending down to feed small woodland creatures, and powerful depictions of a mountain lion, a wolf, and a bear. These living creations guide your way with an air of mystique, and leads you to a maze. At the entrance, two young children run circles around their mother, who smiles in your direction. Entering the maze, you're cocooned by the towering hedges that stretch toward the sky. Birds fly overhead, but beyond their melodic songs, the hedges muffle the sounds of the outside world. Golden sunlight filters through the leaves, casting playful shadows on the path ahead. You wind round and round, letting yourself get lost in the beauty and quietude. The faint trickling of water guides you to a marble fountain in the heart of the maze. Two goddesses in the center of the pool represent maternal love. Their slender fingers reach towards the mountain and sky. You pause and sit on the smooth stone bench that circles the turquoise water and watch sunlight refract in the mist. You feel a deep sense of serenity, as though you are exactly where you need to be right now. You navigate the labyrinthine passages as the sky transforms from rich, deep shades of blue to a palette of raspberry pink, peach, lavender, and gold. The sunset sky ignites the heavens as the descending sun casts the world in liquid gold. Every surface glistens as if kissed by stardust, and you can almost feel the light dancing upon your skin, met by the breeze that rustles the tiny leaves of the hedges. Sensing it's time to find your way out before the sky darkens, you feel a familiar sensation, a soft tug in your solar plexus, a trusted guide that has led you through uncertainty before. It's a beacon of intuition, an insistence that pulls you forward with purpose. With each turn you take, you follow this inner compass, weaving your way through the emerald maze. It feels good to trust yourself. A deep feeling of calm radiates through your body. In solitude, away from electronic devices and interferences, you connect with all the information your body gives you through your senses. As the sun inches behind the jagged mountain horizon, casting a golden glow upon the landscape, you step onto the manicured lawn once again and follow a stone path. The stones underfoot seem to absorb the honeyed light, their surfaces reflecting the warmth of the day's final moments. You gaze back at the manor, and it's as if you're seeing it anew, bathed in the silky, gilded glow of sunset. It stands as an ethereal presence against the dark silhouette of evergreen trees and mountain cliffs. But beyond the manor, you can see the landscape is shifting. The tranquil scene in the immediate vicinity is about to receive gray-bellied storm clouds that approach with a forceful wind. The contrast between brilliant gold and smoky gray seems to enhance the beauty of each. Anyone experienced with this region knows that every moment is as changeable as the weather and sky. As you approach another entrance to the manor, the shift in the atmosphere is palpable. The sky, once a canvas of warm hues, now darkens with the impending storm. The wind is cool, driving deeper into your muscles and bones than the afternoon sun, and inspiring a shiver. Yet knowing the comforts of the manor await, you appreciate this excuse to get cozy and hunker down. The first fat drops of rain begin to fall, their percussion creating a delicate rhythm upon the sprawling property. Each drop seems to carry a note of anticipation of what's to soon arrive. Stepping inside the safe walls of the manor, the grandeur of the hall envelops you. The chandelier above, resplendent with crystal facets that catch the fading light, presides like a guardian over the heart of the hall. It hovers above a grand piano, where a musician plays a beautiful melody that adds a haunting air of nostalgia. As you immerse yourself in the music's embrace, your gaze is drawn to the sepia-toned images that grace the walls. These captured moments offer glimpses into eras long gone and showcase the grand opening of the resort. Women in corseted dresses with parasols and men in linen suits stand frozen in time, their expressions and postures speaking of a world that once was. The scenes whisper stories of grace and elegance, of dances in candlelit ballrooms, and conversations held in hushed tones. The lobby's air is an intoxicating blend of mountain freshness and a fragrance both familiar yet elusive. It's as if the sophisticated scent of a resort and the natural aromatics of camping intertwine, creating a rich experience. Mountain air mingles with hints of aged wood, polished stone, and the underlying sweetness of flowers and vases that are carried on the breeze, for the manor doors remain open as other guests scurry inside, escaping the increasing tempo of the unexpected falling rain. As the rain drums upon the windows, a server arrives, offering a tray of warm drinks to all guests. You take one, selecting something that happens to be your favorite beverage for rainy nights. You sip it slowly, savoring each sensory detail. The music, the visuals, the scents. The storm's approach adds a layer of drama, and you find yourself in awe of the symphony that unfolds within the manor's walls. It combines to create an experience that transcends the present moment, transporting you to a realm where the past and present intermingle. It's as if all moments spent in this manner through time are invited to come to life. Amid the corridors and chambers of the building, you're aware of the other guests who occupy the space. Each has embarked on their own journey, seeking solace just like you. Yet it's as though they exist in a realm parallel to your own, a collection of souls who share the same space, yet seem distant, wrapped in their own narratives. It offers you a sense of feeling connected, while also relieved of any pressure to engage any more than you would like. You revel in getting lost in your own world. You wander down a corridor that leads to a library. The walls are adorned with floor-to-ceiling shelves, each laden with volumes that hold the secrets and dreams of generations past. The air is heavy with the intoxicating scent of old books and the burning wood of a fire. In the heart of the library, a grand fireplace offers warmth from the cool, sharp air brought by the storm. It is unlike any fireplace you have encountered before. A hearth that seems to hold within its embrace the very essence of fire's magic. The flames dance with an enchanting rhythm, as if they represent the heartbeat of the castle. The fire's crackles and pops intertwine with the patter of rain and the soft whispers of turning pages from guests nestled in nooks, reading around the space. Above the fireplace hangs an oil painting that consumes the whole wall above the mantel. It captures a lookout mountain of yesteryear on an autumn day. The colors are a rich blend of copper, gold, and orange, mirroring the hues of autumn leaves as they paint the landscape in what is the last season before the resort closes come winter. The painting stirs a sense of longing within you. A part of you yearns for the change in season, for the cool embrace of autumn's breath, and the crunching of leaves beneath your feet. The image evokes memories not yet experienced, harvesting hopes of what may come when summer fades away. The autumnal scene invites you to lose yourself in its splendor, to imagine the crispness of the air, the enchantment of leaves falling on the earth, and the promise of transformation that only fall can bring. Your attention turns to the sprawling shelves of books that span from floor to ceiling, over 2 stories high, with ladders on rails that help one navigate the collection. Playfully, your fingers graze the worn spines until you pull a book at random. In a state of amusement, you tell yourself that whatever passage you discover will inform the night ahead. With a sense of curiosity, you open its pages, and your eyes focus on a random sentence. Chance has led you to the words of Herman Melville, and they linger in the air like a promise from the past. But the mingling threads of life are woven by warp and woof, calms crossed by storms, a storm for every calm. Melville's words resonate with ancient wisdom. Closing the book, you're enveloped by the sweet, dusty scent of its pages. The dog-eared paper and its words once entertained guests who ventured here more than a century ago. And yet the writer's words still ring true. A reminder that life has always been woven with both calm and storm. As the storm rages outside, nature's fury becomes romantic in the refuge of the manor. You approach the windows that look onto the maze, watching as the rain pelts the topiary and the grass yields to the wind. A warm wave of gratitude flows through you as you deeply appreciate the comforts inside the library. But a sense of curiosity and the slow incoming tide of sleepiness inspire you to explore the manor, leaving the library's warmth behind. You venture out a hidden exit with an intentional desire to get lost within the manor's wings. You embark on a journey that winds through each passageway, each one showcasing a different royal hue: blue, scarlet, green, and gold. Every corridor reflects the themes of the suites that occupy them. Some rustic, with a pioneering spirit, while others are opulent, paying tribute to the royals of the past. Candelabras line the walls and cast the corridors in a warm, flickering light that dances across the plush carpet underfoot. The halls are alive with muffled conversations, the strains of music, and the echoes of laughter that drift from guests settled comfortably within their suites. As you walk, the cushioned embrace of the plush rug alters the way you step, inviting you to slow your pace and savor the elegance around you. You bask in the orange marmalade glow from the candelabra lights, once lit by oil and now electric. Their light continues to illuminate the Manor's hallways, forging a link once again between the past and present. After dreamily walking through the captivating hues, you arrive at your suite's door. You remove the key from your pocket and unlock the latch. As you open the heavy doors, the space within welcomes you. The interior design replicates the grandeur of European castles. Tapestries grace the walls, with stories told in intricate fabrics. Antique furniture made of rich cherry wood glistens in the dim lighting, recently polished and tended to. The bed stands as a centerpiece, surrounded by a canopy of silks. Every detail has been carefully curated, an ode to a time when craftsmanship was revered and elegance was paramount. Every suite at Lookout Manor is a reflection of the resort's essence, a place where the glory of the past meets the comfort of the present. You step into the marble-clad bathroom and remove your shoes. The cool touch of the polished stone on the soles of your feet radiates through your legs. As you prepare for a moment of indulgence, you gather antique crystal vials of natural oils infused with local herbs, the essence of the mountainside captured in delicate drops. You fill the bathtub with warm water from a gleaming gold faucet and watch the drops descend into the water from an eyedropper. The aromas of mint and wildflowers fill the air and create a potion of relaxation. You settle into the bath. The peppermint causes your skin to slightly tingle. You peer out the windows as rain cascades down the dozens of panes. Your head rests back on the wide, smooth rim of the tub. It cradles your neck perfectly, and you close your eyes, inhaling the steam and sinking into the warmth. The tides of sleep come more frequently, and you open your eyes, feeling somewhere between reality and a dream. You slowly rise out of the water and dry off, and then drape yourself in a luxurious bathrobe embroidered with a name, Lookout Manor. Heavy, plush, and comforting like a maternal hug. You tie the belt around your waist and sigh. The fabric cocoons you in indulgence, a tactile reminder that within the manor walls, every detail is crafted to pamper and soothe. The rain outside continues its steady cadence, and the winds howl around the stone walls. The sensation of invigorating freshness lingers on your skin, bringing you back to the first moments atop the mountain when you arrived at Lookout Manor. You leave the bathroom to return to the bedroom, ready to let go of the day and fall asleep. You peel back the comforter and note your belongings have been carefully stowed on a luggage rack. You discover a note on the pillow wishing you the perfect night of sleep. You turn off the light and sink into the bed's embrace. As you settle in, you once again think that Lookout Mountain is not just a place. It's a realm that weaves dreams. With each breath, you feel the gentle pull of sleep. Your mind and body engage in a dance as you waltz between wakefulness and slumber, like the graceful attendees of grand soirees hosted within the manor ballroom. These boundaries between wakefulness and sleep blur. A gradual surrender that leads you toward the inevitable comforts of sleep. The world beyond the manor fades away, and you're left with the faint sounds of your breath and the rain's constant serenade. You allow sleep to take the lead in this dance, slipping through the threshold that separates the realms of wakefulness and slumber. You give in to the dream-weaving magic of Lookout Manor, a haven where reality and dreams intertwine, and you may drift into dreams or follow the rain to the next cozy story. Rainy Night at Ivy Cottage. To the Welsh, the land is sacred, a gift from the goddesses of yore. The rain dissipates into a silky mist as you follow a winding country path to Ivy Cottage, your rubber boots leaving deep prints in the sodden earth. The scent of petrichor is rich and complex, layered with the sweetness of fallen leaves, left to decay months ago before winter took hold. The unique aroma of wild heather is faint as it crushes underfoot, leaving a promise of sunnier days. Dark clouds churn overhead, swirling and moving fast on this windy day. Your personal mission to find beauty arouses curiosity, with an understanding that even though this getaway is marred by rain, you are about to enjoy one of the most cozy, charming escapes. You pause atop a knoll to admire the dusky lilac clouds, rimmed with a rich dark purple-gray. The last light of day breaks through in white gold streams, warming your face as you arrive at the ivy cottage. The blue-gray cloak of evening moves in slowly, slipping over the rolling hills of Snowdonia. The cottage and landscape resemble the quaint setting of a storybook you read long ago, far back in your youth. Thick, dark, waxy green ivy blankets the stone walls of the cottage, each leaf glistening like emeralds in the fading light. Rich golden light pours through the diamond-paned windows, reflecting on small puddles on the slick stones of the garden path. Your body surrenders in this moment. A sigh escapes your lips and condenses in the cool winter air. You inhale slowly, picking up the aromas of damp moss on the stone walls, the faint peppery note of blooming winter jasmine, and a trace of peat smoke curling from the chimney. Your fingers grasp the cold black metal latch, coated in raindrops, to open the heavy oak door. Its feathery wood surface, worn by weather, time, and the sea air. The hinges groan softly as the gilded light spills out with a heavenly glow. The air is dry and smells of cinnamon and dried flowers, reaching around your body in a comforting embrace that lures you in. Once indoors, you place your bag down on a table in the foyer and slowly remove your many layers and boots. Your feet are dressed in novelty socks, as thick and fuzzy as slippers that land on the creaking floorboards. The room is filled with feminine touches that honor the ancient, ethereal influences of Welsh folklore. Beeswax candles, shaped into delicate daffodils, the national flower of Wales, adorn the rustic wooden mantel. Above the door, a woven wreath of willow branches and dried herbs echoes the wisdom of Cedarwood, the ancient Welsh goddess of transformation. The scent of beeswax, with its honeyed sweetness, mingles with the aroma of old books and antique wooden fixtures. The hearth, built from weathered stone, forged centuries ago from the nearby river, crackles with a peat fire that casts dancing shadows on the walls. Above the mantel, a wooden panel carved with a red dragon its bold lines painted in crimson and deep ebony glows faintly in the firelight. Your eyes are drawn to a lectern in the front of the main room, positioned under exposed wooden beams, dripping in dry heather. Its rich, dark wood has a soft sheen and reflects the dancing firelight. For generations, this lectern was a central figure at fireside gatherings, where magical stories about Welsh folklore were read. Delicate knotwork weaves into the shapes of oak leaves and acorns along the base. The side edges rise in swirling patterns of rolling hills, while the front panel features cresting waves. A thick guest book sits atop it, showcasing a well-worn mahogany velvet cover and delicate gold-edged pages. Beside it, your fingers pass over a small book that reads, "The History of Ivy Cottage." You open it to discover elegant calligraphy on creamy parchment paper. Your fingertips warm as they slip between the soft pages, and you learn about the women who tended to this cottage over time. Ivy Cottage always served as a refuge and cozy home, where the laughter of children once echoed through the lofty space as they learned about their heritage from words spoken behind this lectern. A Welsh painter named Irwin was the most recent occupant of Ivy Cottage and now acts as the caretaker. Her oil paintings rest in antique gold frames that adorn the stone walls, featuring ethereal goddesses in the most vibrant gilded hues in sun-cast settings, and soft blues and silvers in moonlit scenes rife with flowers and a forest stream. The art feels simultaneously real and otherworldly, adding to the magical essence of Ivy Cottage. Irwin, in her 80s, lives in the neighboring cottage with her twin sister Mira, a place where their grandparents once resided. And now they connect with the best memories of their youth as new memories unfold. Their once fiery, waist-length strawberry blonde hair has gradually silvered and whitened over time, much like the day-to-night transitions in the gallery of paintings on the walls. Irwin is a woman of the land, a true daughter of Wales. Each morning, she walks the winding lanes with a sheepdog and her sister. She knows the names of every tree and flower, and every bird that sings out praises as a new morning unfolds. In part, she left the Ivy Cottage to spend more time with her sister, sharing nightly tea fireside. But she also felt a burning urge to share the Ivy Cottage with others, opening it to those needing a little Welsh magic and a healing place to disconnect from modern demands. and reconnect with nature. She makes great effort to share hidden gems on the property by leaving handwritten notes in cupboards and drawers, some with inspiring quotes or questions. The first folded slip of paper you find is positioned in the corner of the lectern and reads, "When was the last time you fell asleep to the sounds of falling rain?" You may not recall, but are well aware tonight may bring that very experience. You continue to explore the cottage and its built-in bookshelves overflowing with recipe books and collections of Welsh poets and artwork, some featuring Irwin's paintings and her sister Mira's poems. Thick, fuzzy blankets drape over inviting lounge chairs upholstered in teal and purple velvet. On the farmhouse-style dining table, a plate of warm vara breath rests beside a pot of wildflower honey, its amber hues catching the firelight. Over time, vara breath, a traditional Welsh tea bread, has been removed from modern menus. Yet it remains a staple at Ivy Cottage, thanks to a recipe passed down through generations and enjoyed by the twins in their childhood. The scent of the bread is comforting and deep, a blend of molasses, plump currants and raisins steeped in tea, and baking spices. Known as speckled bread in Welsh, it is the perfect complement to the herbal chamomile and lavender tea that waits for you in a cast iron kettle that sits on the vintage stove from the 1950s. You walk to the stove and pour the tea into a porcelain teacup atop a hand-painted saucer, preparing it to your liking with a fully stocked kitchen. You gather a slice of bara breath on a plate and enter the living room to settle in a cozy armchair by the fire, sinking into the fluffy blanket draped over it. An antique grandfather clock chimes 7 o'clock before returning to its soothing ticking that joins the crackling fire. As you sink into the chair, every part of your body relaxes as the steam rises from the tea, inviting you to slow down. You take your time, savoring each bite and sip, imagining the quietude of the cottage centuries ago. You feel grateful for comforting places like this that still exist, far removed from electronic devices and demands. They bring timeless experiences. This moment brings a taste of what life has always been like in Ivy Cottage. Frozen in time, every detail in the cottage serves to honor nature and the feminine influences on Welsh culture through time. You sense their maternal energy. You feel safe. You feel tended to. Unaware of how much time has passed, you notice a break in the rain, and a curious stillness settles over the cottage. The fire burns low, its embers glowing in shades of magenta and gold. Drawn to the diamond-shaped window, you gaze out at the garden, now glistening from a sliver of moonlight that passes through the clouds. A nocturnal perfume drifts in a soft draft from the old window, bringing the scents from mineral-rich, rain-drenched stone, the green aroma of ivy, and the faint sweetness of damp wood. You wrap yourself in a wool cape draped over a brass door hook and step out into the garden. The air is cool, carrying a hint of salt from the distant sea. You hear the soft bleat of sheep, and you catch the silhouette of Irwin and Mira's chimney in the neighboring stone cottage, puffing smoke into the misty night. Peering through a bay window, you see them situated on a plush sofa facing the fire, their long platinum hair seeming to glow in its light. They sense your presence in turn, offering kind waves and smiles in your direction as their cat jumps onto a pillow on the windowsill. Witnessing this tender moment inspires you as you take in the warmth and kindness of these sweet, aspirational sisters. You continue to explore the property, knowing this night walk will help usher in the best sleep. But time is limited, as once more rain clouds move in, this time more slowly and with less intensity. The path beneath your feet becomes soft with moss, releasing a faint, green, peppery fragrance as it cushions your steps. A slender fox darts across the garden wall, the white fur of her underbelly and tail reflecting the moonlight as vibrantly as the glistening wet stones. You come upon a stream at the edge of the property that gurgles softly, its surface catching glints of silver light from the moon. An ancient yew tree at the edge of the garden stands tall and shadowy. You pause beneath its branches, breathing in its resinous scent that has permeated the air for centuries. The meadows roll endlessly toward the horizon, dappled with sheep in the distance. So far away, they appear to be opal specks scattered throughout the verdant fields. You breathe in the night, as a gentle wave of sleepiness arrives with the rain clouds, leaving you with a heady feeling. The crescent moon hangs low in the sky, its soft silver glow casting delicate shadows across the wild garden and hills. Soon the incoming storm clouds will obscure its light. In Welsh folklore, the crescent moon is a symbol of transition and renewal, bringing the promise of beginnings yet to come and endings gently closing. It is a moon for dreamers, a reminder of the cyclical nature of life. Long ago, Mira and Irwin would gather beneath such a moon in the fields and forests that surround the cottage. The twins, then young women with fiery strawberry blonde hair that flowed beyond their hips, would station themselves atop the highest hill on the land. Mira would settle on a flannel blanket with her notebook and pen in hand, while Irwin would stand behind a tripod and a fresh canvas to capture the magic of the night from her painter's palette. Through the seasons, the moonlit hours belonged to them, as one sister scribbled lines of verse about all the love she had yet to know, while her sister painted the ever-changing seasons, fully aware that she already felt the greatest love one could experience. Beneath the crescent moon's glow, they shared whispered dreams and hopes that came through in their work. And even now, with the passage of time etched into their faces, they sometimes gather and create from a different point of view, feeling as if they are looking at life, love, and the Welsh countryside from a different perspective, remembering all the versions that once were. The rain begins to fall again, light at first, in a slow patter. You turn back toward the cottage, the sound of your steps muffled by the damp earth. By the time you reach the door, the rain has grown heavier, drumming against the slate roof and cascading down the ivy. Inside, the warmth welcomes you once more. You shed the cape, now speckled with iridescent droplets. The fire has been stoked by the sisters, and the room glows with orange gold light, casting dancing shadows on the walls. A woven basket of warm towels rests on the table, with edges faintly embroidered with lacy waves. You gather them along with your bag and make your way to the bathroom. The space feels like a sanctuary, blending rustic charm with elegant details that whisper of Welsh heritage. Slate tiles line the floor, their surface cool and smooth beneath your feet, glistening faintly in the light. Above the clawfoot tub and walk-in shower is a stained glass window depicting a pastoral and coastal scene. A hillside dotted with grazing sheep, rolling gently into a rugged cliffside overlooking the sea. A white lighthouse stands on the distant horizon, its beacon eternally lit beneath a cloudy sky. The colors are rich and vibrant, casting jewel-toned reflections onto the walls as the rain outside shifts the light. On the wide windowsill rests a wrought iron candelabra, its arms gracefully twisting like ivy. You light the candles one by one, sensing yourself slowing down and becoming more sleepy. Their flickering flames illuminate the room as you turn on the shower and steamy water sprays out of the rainfall shower head. The hot water cascades over you, easing away the remnants of the winter chill. The herbal scent of locally made soap, a blend of rosemary, heather, and a hint of chamomile, fills the air, its lather smooth and soothing. You close your eyes, feeling the warmth sink into your muscles, recognizing the splendor of the simple pleasure that is enhanced by the dreariness of this rainy night. Feeling heavy and tired, you step out of the shower and bury your face into the warm, freshly laundered towel that smells of lavender soap. You dry off slowly, enjoying its downy softness. You put on your pajamas and brush your teeth, so very ready for bed. With an ornate brass snuffer, you put out each candle in the candelabra as the smell of melting wax fills the room, and a dozen wisps of smoke curl magically toward the ceiling. You ascend a narrow, winding staircase to the bedroom loft, each step creaking softly. The room is a secluded haven, decorated by the sisters' artistic touches. A four-poster bed with intricately carved oak posts sits beneath a driftwood chandelier in the vaulted ceiling, featuring patterns of stars and moons, a nod to Welsh folklore's fascination with the heavens. Draped across the bed is a patchwork quilt, its deep indigo and silver threads forming constellations near the pillows and a rocky coastline at the foot of the bed. One of Irwin's dreamy paintings of Ivy Cottage beneath the moon hangs above the fireplace. On the mantel, a framed embroidery reads, A fo ben byd bont, a Welsh proverb meaning, if you want to be a leader, be a bridge. The motto encapsulates the twin sisters' nurturing presence, connecting the past and present with their care for Ivy Cottage. Wood-framed mullioned windows, rain streaming down their diamond panes, overlook the rolling hills and stream. Lavender and cedarwood join the warm air. On the bedside table is a handwritten note on homemade paper comprised of dried flowers, its edges slightly curled. The flowing script reads, May the rain lull you into a deep and peaceful sleep, and may the morning sun greet you with a warmth that fills your soul. Welcome to Ivy Cottage, where dreams are as boundless as the sea and as enduring as the hills. You slip under the heavy quilt, its weight grounding you. The warmth of the fire soothes you, its crackling embers lulling you into a state of tranquility. The room's stillness is profound, broken only by the murmur of the stream outside and the steady patter of the rain. Your heavy eyelids betray you, no longer allowing you to take in the charm of this room visually as your head sinks into the pillow and the cottage offers the coziest refuge from the winter rain of Wales. Gentle visions come to you of moonlit hills and craggy coastlines, of flocks of sheep and Welsh fairies keeping peace in the valley. You are held by the magic of Ivy Cottage, safe to dream your most secret dreams and safe to surrender to sleep. You imagine the sisters tucked in their neighboring stone cottage, their love and creative energy filling every nook. And tonight, as the rain falls, you dream alongside them in the enchanting hills surrounding Ivy Cottage. With a steady rain comes the promise of deep sleep. And whenever you're ready, you may surrender to sleep or journey into the next rainy escape. Rainy night in Salem. Long ago, along the eastern seaboard of what would someday become the United States, and also above what would become the city of Boston just 4 years later, the coastal town of Salem was founded. Established in 1626 by English Puritans, the town's strict religious principles would go beyond its boundaries during a time of widespread hysteria over witchcraft. At first, the Puritans envisioned Salem as a city on a hill, meant to serve as a beacon of moral purity and an example for the world to follow. However, history took a different course. Yet despite the brewing turmoil of that time, the name Salem was derived from the Hebrew word shalom, meaning peace. Through centuries of transformation, Salem has evolved from a bustling maritime village to the charming modern-day artist's haven that now embraces its storied yet troubled past. As autumn paints the town in jewel-toned hues, Salem becomes an even more captivating destination, especially in the lead-up to All Hallows' Eve. Its history reveals itself in every corner, reflected even in the names of local landmarks, like Witchcraft Heights Elementary, where the town's mystical roots remain ever present. During the fall season, the population swells with crowds seeking to have their fortunes told, seeking a connection with things that exist beyond the human experience. This connection helps to soften their grief, allowing them to understand that there is more than meets the eye. It invites them to embrace the goosebump-inducing experiences that awaken a profound awareness of mortality. Some fortunate souls walk away from Salem, promising themselves to enjoy their human experiences more, to savor each precious moment, and to investigate the enchantment each breath offers. Others come to appreciate the regal 17th and 18th century architecture that remains, telling stories in the freshly painted wooden facades and saltbox homes. One cannot help but imagine the sea-weary sailors arriving in the harbor to return to the charming homes where their beloveds peered out nightly from widow walks, awaiting their safe return. A mist hovers over the glossy mosaic of fallen leaves, mostly gold and brown, with the occasional bright orange, magenta, or fiery red maple leaf adding a pop of color to the temporary sidewalk carpet. Salem has a way of reminding us that everything is temporary, a most healing thought during moments of strife. But today there is no strife. There's merely an afternoon that rolls into the night without much of an agenda. Dressed for the season, with a cable-knit sweater and light trench coat over soft jeans and Chelsea boots, you welcome the cool, damp air coming in off Salem Harbor. The breeze is tame, yet rustles the leaves just the same as you walk through the Central District. The late afternoon in Salem settles like a lavender gray veil. The storm clouds above hint rain, with swollen underbellies, a gradient of steel gray to charcoal. You walk with curiosity through the cobblestone streets of the heart of town, grateful the weather and weekday visit accompany a sparse flow of traffic. October's adornments appear on every corner of Salem as the town offers autumn's finest decorations. Corn stalks stand guard as bookends on the stairs leading to porches and wraparound decks that overflow with funky shaped green and white gourds and pumpkins of all shapes and sizes, their orange hues vivid against the backdrop of old colonial homes. Twinkling lights strung across wrought iron railings and from tree to tree shimmer like tiny fairies through the creeping maritime mist. Towering elms and maples line the streets and lanes, their canopies of crisp, vibrant leaves in shades of burnt orange, deep crimson, and golden yellow offer protection from the lightly falling rain. The rich colors of the leaves appear like technicolor against the muted tones of this dreary day. Tiny jet black tendrils of smoke curl from chimneys, their faint aroma marrying the scent of rain, wet stone, and sweet decaying leaves. You breathe in deeply, deeper than even you realize, until you feel the cinch of your trench coat belt against your diaphragm as you take it all in. The historic homes, many of them built in the 17th and 18th centuries, stand stoically in rows, their wooden clapboards and brick facades resurrected and maintained by loving owners over many eras. The facades showcase a rich array of autumnal shades, from brick red and burgundy to deep marine blues, mustard and evergreen. Gabled roofs and chimneys create a storybook skyline, enchantingly conjuring thoughts of fairy tales. Wide mullioned windows reveal a soft ambient glow from within the dozens of glass panes, effortlessly evoking a bone-deep sense of hominess. Antique lanterns illuminate porches, clinking softly as flames flicker in the breeze, to illuminate autumnal wreaths made of rainbow corn, orange glitter-dusted pine cones, eucalyptus, and mini pumpkins. With each step, the sound of fresh fallen, crunchy leaves alternates with a slosh of your boots atop the rain-soaked layers of leaves on the cobblestones. A swirling wind picks up an assortment of leaves in the gutter, creating a mini cyclone down Washington Street as you pass by City Hall and an array of small businesses. You arrive at the Bewitched sculpture, a meeting place for an evening tour. The bronze sculpture captures the character of Samantha the Witch, with a broad, welcoming smile, whimsically resting on her broom within a crescent moon at the center of a small square. A group of fellow visitors gather, some settled by cafe tables, while others pose for photos with Samantha. Everyone bundles in rain slickers and plaid flannel overcoats, braving the cool weather and the approaching rain with umbrellas in hand. Yet the heavy rain holds off, and a soft mist permeates the air, landing on your exposed hands, face, and lips. Rising curiosity brings a collective sense that the evening holds something beguiling and profound. Alora, the tour guide, begins to corral the group, asking everyone for the haunted tour to draw close. Dressed in ethereal garb that would make Stevie Nicks proud, her long, layered black skirt ripples slightly in the wind, the intricate lace of her bodice visible beneath a heavy wool cape. The cape is clasped at her throat with a silver brooch that depicts a crescent moon, and the cape drapes down her back like a shadowy waterfall, keeping her warm and dry against the growing chill. She greets each person in turn with a warm yet strong grip, her slender hand extending toward you. Despite the cold, her tiny fingers are surprisingly warm, her amber eyes sparkling with an intensity that contrasts the controlled poise with which she carries herself. "Welcome, my friend," she says, her voice melodic yet quiet. She hands you a candle, its weight comforting in your palm, the wax offering a subtle smell of amber and nutmeg. She protectively strikes a wooden match, shielding the wind with her cape to light her own candle before offering the flame to the group. One by one, the candles are lit, tiny flames flickering against the deepening gray of an October night. A soft wind swirls through the square, once more stirring fallen leaves into spirals, a dance of magic and nature with an almost deliberate timing. Alora smiles knowingly, and with a twinkle in her eye, gathers the group and tells of how the character of Samantha from Bewitched invited her to understand the beauty and compassion as both a woman and an oft ethereal presence. She quotes Samantha, her voice carrying a kind of secret wisdom as she utters, "Remember, peace on earth, goodwill to men, includes witches." The group chuckles softly, but the weight of her words lingers as you prepare to explore the epicenter of the hysterical movement that sacrificed goodwill for fear. She leads you forward, her long skirt brushing against the cobblestones, magically darting above the small puddles where amber leaves float. The group follows in hushed anticipation. The storm clouds above are thick now, and the first fat droplets of rain begin to fall so sparingly that it's hard to tell if they come from the wet trees or the sky. Street lanterns flicker to life all around town as Alora passes through, one by one coming on, as if summoned by her presence. The golden light reflects on the wet pavement and in small, silky puddles, making the pathway seem like it's painted in shimmering molten gold. The flame in your candle dances precariously in the cool wind as you walk, protecting it with your hand. The group's procession is accompanied by the flickering light of a dozen candles that create shadows that stretch and contort against the historic buildings and reflect in the mullioned windows. You pass by Salem's old town hall. Originally built in the 1800s, its imposing brick facade towers 3 stories high over the street and is a place where musicians often gather and busk. You continue as Front Street becomes Charter Street, arriving at 2 historic homes painted in plum and brown that lead you to the Salem Witch Trials Memoriam, an old burying point where weathered slim gravestones lean at odd angles, their inscriptions barely legible after centuries of harsh New England weather. Your visit here instills a strong sense of hope. The candles burn brightly with a promise that those with differing views and approaches to this one life we all have are given the chance to thrive in peace. It's something that you hope modern life may continue to afford us. The tour carries on as the sky becomes darker, and for a moment the stars compete to break through the clouds as the candles burn lower. You arrive at the witch house, which wasn't actually home to a witch at all. The energy of the historic home draws you in, beckoning across time. The dark gray wood of its facade, nearly black from age and the elements, contrasts sharply with the soft glow of the group's candles. Though this house was never home to one of the women accused, it belonged to one of the judges who presided over the witch trials, and according to Alora, spent the rest of his days haunted by guilt. Its gabled roof looms like 3 mountain peaks, casting long shadows on the ground where you stand. The windows are small and narrow, like squinting, cautious eyes that only let in a little light by day. Alora pauses before the house, turning to face the group. Her voice lowers, reverent and reflective. They called them witches, she says, but many of these women were healers. They knew the secrets of herbs, the power of nature, and ways to mend what was broken in both body and spirit, and that frightened the men who did not understand them. What's more, Judge Jonathan Corwin, the man who owned this home, saw his own daughter and mother-in-law were thought to be afflicted and secret witches. The rain begins to fall once more, and the group carefully opens their umbrellas in unison, protecting the soft light of their flickering candles. The soft patter of rain against nylon is soothing in this moment. Elora stands tall, undeterred, her amber eyes bright in the dim light. She raises her hand, gesturing toward the house, her graceful fingers tracing the outlines of the windows in an attention-grabbing yet smooth manner. As Jim Butch once expressed, she continues, her voice still soft but commanding, magic comes from what is inside you. It is part of you. You can't weave together a spell that you don't believe in. The words hang in the air like the scent of rain before she says, back then and even now, everyone weaves their own spell. They may not call it a spell, but that's just a matter of semantics. She smiles warmly and looks at the group. Some are lost in thoughts and captivated by the weight of history and the sense of mystery that permeates Salem. Elora declares that perhaps you have all endured enough of the rain as the storm clouds above swirl, moving fast now and heavy with rain. There is an impactful beauty in the way the lanterns flicker against the sky, their light mirrored by the candles in your hands, persistently fighting the dark, stormy night as beacons of hope. Elora gathers everyone in a semicircle, the flickering flames reflected in the eyes of strangers who now feel like new friends. With an encouraging, steady gaze, she asks you all to close your eyes and make a silent wish for the world before blowing out the candles. You feel a calmness prevail within, and you see the wish you have for the world playing out in your mind like a movie. It fills you with comfort as you open your eyes and blow out the candle in unison with the group. As squiggling, skinny curls of smoke travel from the extinguished wicks, she says your hopes are cast into the night, carried by the wind and rain as they cleanse the earth. The rain continues to fall as the tour concludes, the sound of it now a steady hum as it falls on the rooftops and sidewalk. Cars drive by slowly, splashing through puddles, as Elora invites the group to Good Brews, a charming cafe near the common. En route, you pass a famous home where Hocus Pocus was filmed. You appreciate how Salem manages to capture a playful and fun energy amid all the rich history among all the darkness of the past. It maintains a sense of humor. Elora leads everyone through the reflective cobblestone streets to Good Brews, a charming cafe tucked in the heart of Salem. The glass doors and storefront windows are dressed with black cat ornaments and pumpkin-shaped lights. The cafe may be the most decorated place in town, and that's quite a bold statement to stand behind. Bewitching decor fills the space. Delicate besoms hang from the ceiling, tied with purple and green velvet and satin rope. Strings of orange and purple twinkle lights frame the windows and wrap around the cafe. The air inside is warm and lively, filled with the familiar notes of classic rock. And just as you step in, Witchy Woman by the Eagles drifts through the cafe. The sound of espresso machines whirs in the background, joining the soundtrack of a crackling fire, quiet conversations, and the falling rain. You make your way to the counter, scanning the drink menu of over a dozen pages brimming with autumnal favorites: spiced apple cider, pumpkin chai lattes, salted caramel hot cocoa. The comforting aromas of coffee, cinnamon, and roasted pumpkin fill the air. You order your favorite hot drink and the creamy pumpkin soup, both perfect to warm you from the cold that's settled in your bones. With your tray in hand, you find a cozy spot near the fireplace. A plush velvet chair in a deep shade of purple, angled perfectly for your legs to enjoy the warmth of a crackling fire. The flames dance in the hearth, casting orange gold light on the antique mirrors that line the walls and the intricate silk and velvet pillows scattered about the room. They showcase embroidered patterns of whimsical barren trees in a forest, the silhouette of black cats, and steamy cauldrons. Vintage artwork in ornate frames depicts witches throughout time, yet each painting captures an ethereal glow that illuminates the women in opulent gold light. The tour group begins to settle throughout the space, breaking up into couples and families, and a few solo travelers like you. Some get lost in quiet conversations, while others sip their drinks in contentment, perusing historical books about Salem left throughout the cafe. Elora politely makes the rounds, inquiring about everyone's experience and where they're from. Rain streams down the bay windows that look out onto one of many charming streets in this beloved town. Satiated and warmed by the drink and soup, a sudden heavy wave of tiredness washes over you as the weight of the day and the calming atmosphere start to take hold and work their own magic. The conversations around you fade into the background, and for a moment, the only thing you focus on is the prismatic rain streaming down the windows, each droplet racing toward the street below in a ballet of reflections. Unaware of the time, the early darkness makes it seem later than it must be. But nevertheless, you feel a rising urge to return to the cozy bed and breakfast where you are staying tonight. You slowly rise from your seat, wrapping yourself in your coat as you say your goodbyes to Elora and the group. Elora's warm grip is reassuring as she thanks you for joining in and hopes you cross paths again. Stepping outside, a breeze brings the mist to your lips as you open your umbrella and walk down the shimmering brick street. You make your way through Salem Common, a grassy park that has been a common area since the 1600s. You notice a young woman in a vintage brown and olive plaid wool peacoat who is trying, with little success, to keep her playful dog from splashing in puddles. The small, white, fluffy pup hops gleefully from one puddle to the next, and with a laugh, or even a cackle, the woman gives up, letting him enjoy the rain with a threat that he's getting a bath the moment they return home. You can't help but wonder if this independent woman enjoying a night walk through the common would have been deemed a witch by onlookers centuries ago. You exit the common as the rain falls in sheets, bouncing off the ground onto your weather-proofed boots. You continue down a quiet, dead-end lane that leads toward the safe harbor at Hawthorne Cove. In perfect timing, you arrive at the Salty Coven bed and breakfast, welcomed by its warm glowing lights pouring out of the 3-story dwelling. The B&B's cranberry wood facade is warm and inviting, even in the downpour. Window flower boxes overflow with burgundy and yellow mums, their rich colors bright, even in the dim light. As you climb the outdoor stairs to your private entrance on the 3rd floor, the rain cascades out of the white gutters in a heavy stream. You feel a sense of relief as you reach the small covered landing and step inside the Sarah Good suite, greeted by the dry, cozy warmth of the room. The ceilings are low and cavernous in the foyer, giving the feeling that it's a secret den. You hang your coat on a tree-shaped coat rack, Remove your boots on a mat and set your umbrella in the antique umbrella stand by the door. The suite is charming and comfortable, with mustard-colored walls and original dark espresso-hued wooden beams that crisscross the angled ceiling. Rain patters on the gabled roof, trickling out the gutters with a relaxing sound. You take a moment to appreciate the details. The small patchwork quilt on the antique four-poster bed, the plush vintage cream rug beneath your feet, and the warm, colorful glow from antique hurricane lamps that once contained oil but were updated with electric light sockets in the 1950s. A hot shower calls to you, and you enter the bathroom, which has a playful, nautical, witchy theme. The shower curtain is fun, with witches flying over sailboats at sea on a starry night. You remove your cold, damp clothes and hang them on a door hook in the shape of an anchor. Stepping beneath the steamy water, you reach for a scarlet bar of soap that smells of Honeycrisp cider and cinnamon spice, filling the small space with the perfume of fall. As the hot water cascades over you, you feel your muscles relax. Your mind drifts to the storm, being swept out to sea, and you envision the sunny morning ahead, when you can savor breakfast on the rooftop terrace. From there, you'll overlook the harbor, admiring the cedar shake siding that harks back to another era, perhaps simple in some ways, but more difficult in others. You open your eyes and rinse off the lather, and then turn off the brass knobs of the shower, stepping out onto a woven gray bath mat. You bury your face into a plush towel kept warm by a heat pipe near the linen shelf. As you towel off and change into your pajamas, the feeling of warmth is accompanied by deep gratitude. This feeling surges through you in a wave of electric energy that reminds you of your life force, of the magic stowed within, brought to life with each breath, each heartbeat. There is a quiet power in moments like this. Wrapped in warmth, you find peace in simple pleasures, feeling fortunate to be in this time in history where such comforts avail themselves to you with ease. You return to the bedroom and examine the fireplace and notice it is perfectly arranged to start a fire. You kneel to light a fire starter, watching the flames grow and fill the room with a soft golden light. The crackle of the fire and the steady drumming of the rain against the window soothe you as you make your way to the four-poster bed. Peeling back the patchwork quilt, you hop atop the high mattress and melt into its support. Pillows contour around your head and neck as you watch the flames dance in the hearth across the room. Your heavy eyelids close, and you hear the sound of your breath joining the whispering winds outside that lead the storm to sea, and you welcome the soft pull of sleep that delivers you to a realm where everything is magical and dreamy. Sleep may claim you now, or you may float into the next dreamy, rain-filled story. Rainy night at the ramen shop. Rainy days often come with an alluring invitation to hunker down, cancel plans, and take it easy in your coziest loungewear. As the rain streams down the windows and the sky is cast in an endless sea of gray, time becomes elusive and sleepiness sets in earlier. But sometimes the rain stirs a quiet restlessness, sparking a desire to no longer be housebound, inspiring a need to slip into galoshes and a raincoat and explore the puddle-filled streets with a sense of childlike curiosity. These impromptu walks in the rain quickly remind you that getting a little wet isn't so bad after all, especially when the warm comforts of a cozy library or a bookshop or a welcoming neighborhood ramen spot are there to soften the blow of dismal weather days and nights. This is how you find yourself walking across the wooden path of the Brooklyn Bridge. On the cusp of autumn, the weather takes a sharp turn from hot, humid, sunny days to cool, stormy evenings. Rather than return to Brooklyn by train or taxi, you elect to leisurely stroll across the glistening wooden planks of the bridge that creak beneath your feet like a boardwalk suspended high in the sky. An ever-changing gradient of swirling grays, the dark-bellied clouds dim the bright lights of the city that are slowly coming to life. As you walk, you promise not to rush yourself. There's no need for a hurried pace on nights like this. All tourists occupy their time with indoor activities, leaving the bridge quite desolate, save for the random jogger or delivery person on a bike, outfitted in a yellow plastic poncho, speeding against the falling rain, like Dorothy and Toto in Kansas. You pull your rain jacket tighter, feeling the warmth of its flannel lining, and grateful for its oversized hood. You glance down at your feet, where a fun pair of rubber galoshes, adorned with a playful pattern of bright colors, splash easily through puddles, all the while your feet remain toasty and dry, catching your silhouette in a pool of rainwater. You remember a time when it was so hard to resist the temptation to jump in each puddle, and how such mischief would land you a scolding. But now you're free to splash all you want. You reach the midway point of the bridge, between the towering skyscrapers of downtown Manhattan and the historic buildings in Brooklyn. The city is shrouded in a misty veil, the steady rain blurring the sharp outlines of skyscrapers into soft, dreamlike silhouettes, obscuring some of the tallest spires. As you carefully walk across the slick planks, the golden lights of the bridge begin to flicker on, revealing an ethereal outline of the bridge in the fog. The lights cast shimmering reflections on the walkway that leads you across the East River. The waterway below releases a heady, briny scent, mingling with the freshness of the rain and the flinty aroma of wet city sidewalks. It's a smell that's uniquely New York, a reminder of the city's maritime heart, where the harbor meets the river and the river meets the Atlantic. The persistent sounds of the pelting rain on your coat and the bridge are met with the gentle lapping of the East River against the massive stone towers that support the structure. The Brooklyn Bridge tends to be quieter and more romantic than any other city bridge, even on the busiest summer evenings, for no trucks or elevated train cars are allowed to share the passageway. Since 1883, the Brooklyn Bridge has proudly stood as the first steel wire suspension bridge ever constructed. The steel wires spread between the arches like guitar strings for what may arguably be the most beautiful bridge in the city. In its early decades, horse-drawn carriages and streetcars relied on this vital artery connecting the two boroughs. But in the early 20th century, a shift began, and cars soon replaced earlier forms of transportation. Since the beginning, the bridge has always been a magical path for pedestrians. Walking beneath the cathedral arches, your mind wanders, considering all the proposals and first dates to take place on this iconic bridge. How many stories began here as lives intertwined and chance encounters fostered new relationships. You peer below, watching yellow taxis and slow-moving traffic making their way across the bridge. Reflections in puddles and on the asphalt double the vibrant colors of the cars and twinkling bridge lights. the pedestrian walkway begins to decline, leading you to the exit stairs surrounded by stone walls that will deliver you into the cobblestone streets of Brooklyn. The rain falls harder as a breeze off the river creates an autumnal chill through the wide cobblestone canyons among industrial brick buildings now transformed into trendy lofts. Your jacket keeps you warm, its rubber exterior impenetrable by the wind and rain. Cars speed by, their headlights reflecting off the wet streets, creating a dazzling display of light and motion in blurs of ivory and red lights. The city's energy is palpable, even in the quiet of a rainy night. The wet cobblestones mirror the glow of streetlights and the flashes of cars in a shiny, vibrant mosaic. As the wind picks up and the rain comes down in diagonal streams, you open your umbrella, realizing your rain slicker is no longer enough to shield you. You round the corner, the silhouette of the Manhattan Bridge coming into view as you spot the small red neon sign in the shape of a soup bowl containing ramen noodles surrounded by a heart. The cozy restaurant is a former speakeasy named Kakurega Ramen, meaning hidden house ramen. The unassuming entrance is beneath the light, nestled in the garden level of a 3-story brick building between former brick factories fashioned into apartments and offices. You descend the black metal steps that lead into the mysterious entrance to the ramen shop. Bamboo privacy screens lead to a hostess station, and the room opens up into a clean, well-organized space. The savory smells of broth fill the air, with notes of soy, steamed produce, and oolong tea. The hostess greets you with a smile, happy to see you have braved the weather on a night when delivery is a more popular choice. The ramen shop is illuminated by golden orb lights that hang from the tin ceiling. The back of the shop looks out onto a rainy courtyard and garden as the rain cascades out of large gutters and forms puddles on the brick patio. Small cafe tables scatter the dining room, and a long wooden bar offers single seats overlooking the open kitchen where the staff prepares the ramen. Clouds of steam waft from the kitchen, carrying the rich aroma of broth. The most enviable and unique seating in the restaurant rests across from the open kitchen. Wooden dividers create a honeycomb pattern with stairs that lead up the wall to elevated sections. Each nook in this honeycomb offers plush, dark blue floor cushions and low tables where you may enjoy a meal or tea. The hostess takes your umbrella and helps hang your raincoat in a small closet. You remove your rain boots and change into a pair of plush linen slippers offered by the hostess. With but a few patrons at the restaurant, you have your choice of seating, and you gravitate towards the honeycomb nook, grateful to settle atop the warm, thick cushion. You get comfortable and study the vast array of options on the menu, accompanied by images of colorful blue and red bowls overflowing with broth and additional toppings. On rainy days like today, an innate yearning for comfort may be satisfied with the right food. As you peruse the menu, your mind drifts to memories from long ago, to soothing meals that took away the coldness of the world, inviting you to relax and savor each bite. Ramen has served as a beloved bowl of comfort for centuries, with a history as rich and layered as its flavors. Its humble origins trace back to the bustling streets of China, when a simple noodle soup, known then as Shina soba, captured the hearts and stomachs of those seeking warmth and sustenance. Ramen ultimately made its way across the sea to Japan, where it would undergo a transformation that would leave an indelible mark on the world of cuisine. In the early 20th century, Japanese chefs began to experiment, infusing the Chinese recipe with their own culinary traditions. The result was a fusion of flavors, where the clear, delicate broths of Japan met the hearty noodles of China. Ramen shops began to spring up in small corners of Japanese cities, each with its own unique twist on the classic dish. With every sip of the steamy broth and every bite of the chewy noodles, ramen conjured a state of tranquility. As people slowed down and savored the multi-layered flavors of the dish. Beyond the American college staple of prepackaged ramen, in Japan the dish was a canvas for creativity, evolving into a soup that could be simultaneously simple and complex, traditional and innovative. From the rich, creamy tonkatsu broth of Kyushu to the lighter, soy-based shoyu of Tokyo, each region added its own touch. Nearly a century after ramen's popularity abroad, ramen shops began trending in New York City, first popping up in the 1980s, but reaching peak popularity in the new millennium. A waitress named Tomoku introduces herself, delivering a small cobalt blue and white ceramic pot of oolong tea and a matching teacup. She pours the steamy golden liquid into the cup, inquiring if you need any help making a decision. You say you need a little more time to consider the many options, poring over the menu with intrigue. She nods and walks away, leaving you time to consider. At Kakurega Ramen, the menu offers a delightful array of traditional and inventive ramen options, with secret chef additions that harken back to its days as a speakeasy. Each bowl starts with a rich base, such as the classic shoyu with its savory soy sauce broth, enhanced by unique additions like a drizzle of truffle oil, a poached soy sauce egg, or spicy miso paste. The creamy tonkatsu features luxurious black garlic oil, crispy cracklings, and a zesty touch of yuzu citrus zest. For a lighter option, a clear broth comes with grilled miso cod, shredded daikon radish, and pickled ginger, adding layers of flavor and texture. The spicy tantan ramen is elevated with Szechuan peppercorns, sweet soy-glazed eggplant, and crunchy garlic chips, while the vegetarian miso ramen shines with smoked tomato relish, avocado slices, and spicy sesame seeds. Each dish invites diners to explore creative enhancements in a cozy, secluded setting, making every visit a unique culinary adventure. Considering each option, your imagination takes flight, helping you get a clearer idea of what to order. After deciding on a base, you are free to enhance your bowl with a delightful array of both traditional and creative additions. Imagine savoring the warmth of kimchi, its spicy, tangy notes mingling beautifully with the rich broth, or enjoying the crispy, ocean-kissed crunch of tempura shrimp. From the indulgence of truffle mushrooms that bring an earthy depth, from sweet, fresh summer corn to bright, tangy bamboo shoots. The combinations of flavors seem endless. To honor the speakeasy past of the space, Kakurega's menu includes a splash of whiskey-infused soy sauce and beer-battered onions, echoing the classic libations from its speakeasy era. As the rain streaks down the floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the courtyard, you come to a decision and place your order with Tomoko. You settle back into the seat, sipping on oolong tea. An older couple enters the restaurant, followed by a studious college kid who sits at the bar and orders from memory before returning to a textbook with a thick neon yellow highlighter. As Tomoko, the warm and attentive waitress, approaches with your soup on a tray, you're immediately captivated by the sight before you. The bowl is a masterpiece, its surface a vibrant tapestry of golden broth swirling around delicate curly noodles. The colors pop vividly against the dark, glossy blue ceramic, bright green scallions, thick slices of grilled protein options, and crunchy tempura flakes. The rich, savory aroma of the broth fills the air, promising a comforting meal that extends well beyond this moment, with enough leftovers to serve as meals in the coming days. The ambiance of Kakurega Ramen envelops you in a gentle embrace as the rain continues to patter on the windows. The dim lighting casts a soft golden glow over the room as a candle flickers in your cozy nook. Even in its current incarnation, the mysterious allure of the speakeasy's past lingers in the brick walls and tin ceilings. As you sink into the plush floor cushion, you feel your muscles surrender to the softness beneath. A wave of pleasant drowsiness beginning to take hold after an evening well spent. You feel proud of yourself for traversing the Brooklyn Bridge, making an effort to move your body and get out, not allowing the rain to get in the way. The subtle scents of miso and garlic linger in the air, joining the smell of burning candle wax. As you slowly slip on your broth with an oversized spoon, your attention goes to the open kitchen. The chefs work in harmony, their movements a graceful dance of culinary precision. You watch them intently. Their focused actions are methodical as they chop garlic and onions and multitask between steaming pots of broth and a deep fryer used for tempura and fried tofu. Outside, the rain falls steadily, a soothing backdrop to your meal. Feeling full, warm, and satiated, you indulge in one last delicious spoonful and then gesture to Tomoko to request a to-go carton. The final sip lingers on your tongue as the sky becomes charcoal gray beyond the glossy, rain-slicked windows. You receive your takeout container and pay for your meal, and then rise, feeling a sense of contentment. The hostess helps you change out of the slippers and into your rubber boots. You bundle in your rain slicker, take your umbrella, and step outside, greeted by a cool mist that sharply contrasts the inside of the ramen shop. It envelops you like a gentle, refreshing caress. The rain has softened to a slow drizzle, creating a serene, atmospheric haze over the cobblestones as you walk and turn on a quieter street where your building awaits. You arrive at the 6-story brick building, once a soap factory, now transformed into dozens of loft apartments, boasting exposed brick walls that retain the faintest aroma of fancy soap once made there. You enter the lobby, cast in the warm, nostalgic glow of Edison bulbs that dangle from the wooden beams of the hallway ceiling. The old-world charm of the building makes you smile as you enter the elevator. Press the button for the 6th floor and listen to the soft hum and gentle creak of the machinery as you ascend. Once you arrive on the top floor, you leave your boots and umbrella outside the apartment door on a welcome mat and step inside. The space is perfectly designed to your preferences in style and color. Industrial, old-world elements blend with elegance and comfort. You hang your rain slicker on a wooden coat tree and place the container of leftover ramen in the sleek stainless steel fridge in the spacious kitchen to the right of the entryway. The apartment's open layout reveals 18-foot ceilings and grand multi-pane windows, framing a breathtaking view of the Brooklyn Bridge and East River. The exposed beams and the warm light of an Edison bulb Sputnik-style chandelier create a cozy, inviting atmosphere. The open concept layout is well defined by privacy screens, the carefully arranged furniture, and high pile area rugs placed atop the revamped hardwood floors. The original factory windows have been restored and run the entire length of the apartment, offering enchanting city views from every room. You enter the bathroom with its rich blue subway tiles and silver accents. A restored clawfoot tub sits along the windows. Rain streams down, each droplet reflecting the city lights. As you light 3 wicks of a wide candle on the sill, you draw a bath in the clawfoot tub, filling it with steamy water and fragrant therapeutic bath salts that dissolve into a soothing blend. As you sink into the bath, the warm water envelops you, loosening tension in your muscles as your head rests on an inflatable pillow. You sleepily watch the rain fall on the East River, once more softening the lights of the New York skyline. Steam rises around you as condensation forms on the cool window panes. After a blissful soak, you rise from the tub, feeling relaxed and renewed, yet more ready for bed than you have felt in a while. You towel off, wrap yourself in a robe, and brush your teeth. The fresh minty taste of your toothpaste clears away the faint lingering notes of your ramen meal. You blow out the candle and walk through the dimly lit loft as the Manhattan skyline remains faintly visible behind a veil of storm clouds. Lightning flickers intermittently, casting brief, dramatic illuminations across the room, with barely a rumble following. As the hot and cool air battles in this storm, the rain continues to fall heavier by the hour as the winds whip through the streets of Dumbo. You ascend a black iron spiral staircase to the charming loft with exposed bricks and an array of Turkish lamps in rich blues, greens, reds, and orange mosaic patterns. The colorful lights cast a kaleidoscope pattern on the king-sized bed. You change out of your robe into soft, lightweight pajamas as air circulates through the loft by the motion of industrial chic ceiling fans that spin vertically. The crisp cotton percale sheets are cool and inviting against your skin, still carrying the scent of being freshly laundered. You turn off the lights with a dimmer switch on the wall behind you as the rain pelts on skylights overhead. As you lay your head on the pillow, feeling it support your neck and contour around you, the day's memories dance softly through your mind. The romantic walk across the Brooklyn Bridge, the cozy refuge of the ramen shop, and the luxurious feeling that came from these simple pleasures. The steady rhythm of the rain lulls you, carrying you to the edge of slumber, nearly ready to surrender to its soft, persistent tug. You feel a wave of gratitude flow from your heart, nudging your dreams towards sweetness in the hours to come. Whether you surrender to sleep or journey onward, the rain will be here, whispering you deeper into rest. Rainy night at Cedarwood Cabin. To sit in solitude, to think in solitude, with only the music of the stream and the cedar to break the flow of silence. There lies the value of wilderness. John Muir. Did you ever wonder if a forest knows its worth? Like an old soul, having lived through many seasons, the ancient trees of a forest must remember to be strong and stay rooted, but also adapt with flexibility, yielding with grace, so they may not be broken. What beautiful balance an ancient tree has mastered, and what an honor to walk among them. The rings of time kept secret within their trunks. The trees are willing to share the gift of oxygen with you and only ask one thing of you in return, that you exhale. Not far from the Pacific Ocean, close enough that you can even imagine the sounds of crashing surf, you wander through a cedar hemlock forest in Washington. Some trees are as old as 1,000 years or more. The oldest of the western red cedars boast diameters more than 20 feet wide, gentle giants that bring a sense of deep awe. Walking through the forest feels like entering another world, a majestic haven so far removed from highways, bustling cities, and the hum of modern life that it becomes timeless. You could walk this same path decades ago or days ago, and so much would feel the same. Nature is the ruler in her most beautiful, purest form, and you sense you are merely a visitor, another impression of millions that came before you. You move quietly among the towering trees, reverent, embracing a sense of peacefulness, because you would not dare to interrupt the sacred quietude that permeates the air. Your shoes, so perfectly selected for this late afternoon walk, shuffle through layers of needles as twigs crunch beneath your feet. In places of thick, moss-covered rocks, your feet balance on the vibrant green carpet that is both bouncy and soft beneath you. The tactile sensations of the woods awaken your inner child. There was a time when you were always this keenly aware of the world around you, curious about every detail. You soak it all in. As your soles sink into the damp, red-brown earth, and you hear them squishing, leaving a mark. A breeze billows through the thick trunks, and the hemlock branches fan you like ostrich feathers, imparting you with a botanical scent milder than the cedar. Their lower stature makes them feel more approachable than the mighty cedars. The hemlocks thrive in the shadows cast by their lofty neighbors, content to exist in the quiet shade. Their destiny isn't bound to becoming the tallest or the oldest, yet they are vital characters in the forest's understory. Resilient and unassuming, they adapt to the community of ancient cedar trees that came before them. You're dressed in the most comfortable clothes you own. Layers of soft, freshly laundered fabrics make you feel snugly and relaxed. They keep you warm from the damp air as the temperature drops, but are easily removed when sunlight filters through the incoming rain clouds and prevalent mist. The breath of the Pacific Ocean brings the most subtle, briny tang that you might not even notice on a regular day in your life. But here you experience the world differently. Here, you long to capture and savor the beauty around you. There is nothing to distract you or pull you away, and the scattered files of thoughts in your mind magically find their way into a state of organization, tucked away in mental cabinets where they need to be. You have newfound clarity. Nothing can interfere with your peaceful state of mind. Everything only serves to enhance it. The thick-needled branches of the cedars rustle, casting shadows around you as the faintest white gold sunlight filters through. You hear them whisper, "You are the keeper of your peace." How empowering it feels to be reminded. You take in a deep breath. The resinous air is cool but refreshing, invigorating your lungs as the mist lands on your lips. You pull your jacket closer as the clouds shift, and new arrivals with purple-gray underbellies arrive with the promise of rain. You heard the forecast crackle through a radio broadcast at the cabin earlier, predicting what isn't uncommon in this temperate rainforest. With sunset will come a rainstorm. It is why you are on this walk, savoring the breaks in the clouds as the sun illuminates your face. The wind changes, the breeze becoming more forceful. The susurrations of branches are joined by the babbling of a blue stream that runs parallel to the winding trail. A few needles become free, falling gracefully to the earth at the pace of large snowflakes. The ferns ripple like ocean waves, a lustrous carpet of dewy greenery that surrounds you. Birds call to each other from unseen perches, so high above the forest floor you cannot see where they are. With every step, you become more in tune with the forest. For a moment, you cannot imagine ever being anywhere else. You are so fully consumed by the remarkable sense of comfort you feel, feeling grounded, centered, alive. You lean your palm against one of the widest cedar trees you have come across. The grains of bark beneath your palm feel cool and rough. The aroma of cedar takes center stage, rich and almost sweet, yet also purifying. You can feel the forest cleansing you with each breath and each tactile exchange. You trace your finger along the grooves and ridges of the bark, appreciative of how these cedar trees are allowed to grow without any judgment or pressure as they show their age. They simply become more beautiful and impactful and take up more space. Native American tribes often referred to the western red cedar as the tree of life, honored for its resilience and usefulness. From canoes to longhouses, the wood from these trees brought shelter while the bark was woven into baskets. You continue along the stream, watching a few tiny fish breach the water as dusk approaches. A part of you loves how small problems can become in the presence of these ancient cedar trees. You dip your fingers into the cool stream. Without thought, you cup your hands to gather the water and splash your face. It simply feels so good. You can't help but smile and do it again. This time your hands go deeper into the silvery water, brushing against the slick blue-gray stones to gather even more water this time to cleanse yourself. Your eyes welcome the coolness, instantly soothed in a way they didn't know they needed. It lightens your mood. It refreshes the moment. Downstream, you hear a snort and turn to catch the large frame of an elk, magically illuminated by sunlight, piercing through a clearing in the clouds and canopy of hemlocks. The light creates an aura. Prismatic dewdrops refract the light on her tawny back, giving her the appearance of a mythical figure from a fairy tale. Her velvety nose hovers over the babbling crystal clear water. She keeps a safe distance from you, but your eyes meet. She reads you, not afraid, knowing you can be trusted. The elk's ears flicker attentively, even as her long purplish pink tongue laps from the stream. The gurgling water creates a soundtrack that causes every muscle in your body to relax as you watch the elk. And then, once satiated, she raises her head and cranes her neck in the opposite direction of you. Spontaneously, without warning, she swiftly leaps, her hooves pounding into the earth with a thunderous landing that can be felt upstream. The sky darkens as the rain clouds move in, and the first drops begin to fall. The rain is soft and comes in a slow tempo, pattering on the feathery branches and trickling down through the lush needles. There's no rush to escape the rain, because at this pace, you still remain mostly dry, protected by the thick conifers. As you stroll along the babbling stream, the cool water glistens under the soft light of the setting sun. The orange-gold light occasionally breaks through the clouds, turning the mist a peachy hue. The path begins to change into a marble-like pattern of pebbles and wet soil guiding you to a manicured path. You can sense the human touch as you approach the mulch walkway, and twinkling golden footlights turn on. Vibrant wildflowers bloom in a riot of colors and line the footpath. Bright yellow California poppies sway in the breeze, while delicate bluebells and vibrant orange tiger lilies add splashes of color against the backdrop of emerald green foliage. All of them welcome the rain. The calming aroma of wild mint mingles with the damp earth as you come upon the mid-century home known as the Cedarwood cabin. Its silhouette becomes clearer, framed by the ginormous cedar and hemlock trees that guard the entrance. The cabin, built from cedar trees, salvaged nearly a century ago after a fierce storm, blends in seamlessly with the ancient trees. Its rustic charm is accentuated by the rich, weathered wood and the inviting front porch adorned with hanging ferns and cheerful wicker window baskets overflowing with flowers and herbs. The sky darkens as you make your way to a back deck that leads into the main bedroom. Rain gently trickles down the sliding glass doors as you enter and go to a small nook that serves as a changing area. The partition is also made of cedar. Hand-painted fairies, adorned in flowing garments, in shades of green, turquoise, and aquamarine, are featured across the top of the room divider. Here a thick robe hangs on a brass hook, and you change out of your many layers and relax into its downy fabric. You gather a towel and step back outside to enjoy the outdoor shower. While the shower provides a shield from the falling rain, there's something uniquely refreshing about bathing as the rain cascades around you. The stone floor is cool and grounding beneath your feet as individual smooth rocks massage the pressure points of your soles as the water streams over you. The gentle rain drizzles softly onto the forest floor, harmonizing with the soothing sound of the shower, amplifying its calming effects and inviting you to unwind. The cedar soap, with its refreshing scent, creates a thick lather in your palms as you cleanse yourself fully. You turn off the shower, feeling the cool night air in the absence of the hot water. As you towel off, tiny droplets remain on your skin, tingling and offering a sense of aliveness. You slip your feet into your pair of Crocs and wrap the towel around you, then add the robe for extra warmth. Outside, a cedarwood bridge leads you from the shower to the outdoor sauna. It blends naturally into the forest, yet adds a whimsical touch as you walk above the earth and enter the dome-shaped sauna. Crafted from cedar as well, the round glass door brings the sense of entering a hobbit home amongst the trees. Entering the sauna, you settle onto the warm cedar bench, the resinous aroma becoming the most intense and delightful way that cedar has presented itself. All the wonderful smells opening up in the heat. The day catches up with you, bringing a sense of heaviness as you remove the robe and fashion it into a pillow. You lie on your back as your spine comes into perfect alignment and let out a sigh. You feel the water evaporating from your skin in the hot, dry air. You dreamily peer out the large, round glass door to witness as the day gracefully transitions to dusk. Tiny fairy lights begin to twinkle throughout the property, casting a magical glow that enhances the enchanting atmosphere and occasionally creates small rainbow sparks of light. The hoot of a great horned owl echoes through the woods, heard even within the confines of the sauna, a prelude to its arrival. You catch sight of it gliding silently through the trees, its wings spread wide, before it perches gracefully on the railing of the cabin porch. With its tufted ears and piercing yellow eyes, the owl remains visible even as darkness encroaches. In folklore, the great horned owl symbolizes intuition and transformation, often seen as the guardian of the night. This idea makes you feel safe, connected with your fellow forest dwellers. What a gift it is to observe them from this healing enclosure, unseen and unnoticed. The combination of being deeply relaxed and the early darkness this time of year brings on a yawn, and then another. Now dry and warm to the core, you wrap in the robe that also retains the heat of the sauna and rise. The journey back to the cabin feels like a dream, accompanied by a pleasant headiness and gratitude for the excuse the storm gives to hunker down and retire early. This time you enter through the front door of the Cedarwood cabin, the smell of rain mixing with the warm, inviting scent of wood as you enter. The open concept space feels expansive yet cozy, with exposed cedar beams running across the ceiling, grounding the room in natural elegance. Copper pans hang from the beams above the kitchen, their polished surfaces reflecting the dim light like pennies in a fountain. The walls glow with a soft warmth of cedar, and antique stained glass light fixtures hang from above, casting jewel-toned hues of teal, amber, purple, and sapphire across the room with their enchanting glow. You walk into the kitchen, where the countertops are smooth, earthy stone, and the original handcrafted cabinets remain, their wood grain representing the textures of the forest outside. You prepare a quick bite to eat, something simple but satisfying. The rain comes down harder, the sound intensifying as it hits the roof. The window over the sink offers a view of the drenched forest. The dark silhouettes of the cedar and hemlock trees shrouded in fog. After a light meal, you warm some water for tea. The steam curls into the air as you pour the water into your oversized mug and carry it to the window, cradling it in your hands. You take in the rain-soaked world beyond, the rhythmic drumming of raindrops against the leaves, feeling deeply appreciative for this moment of quietude. With your tea in hand, you retreat to the bedroom. The cabin feels even cozier as the storm picks up. You crouch in front of a small black wood stove in the corner, prepared in advance, so all you need to do is strike a match and ignite the kindling. The fire takes quickly, crackling softly as it starts to blaze, its warm glow casting flickering shadows across the room. The bedroom is a sanctuary of comfort, the design simple yet refined. Cedarwood walls line the space, capturing the same beauty afforded on your forest walk. The sliding doors near the bed offer a view of the darkened woods, now blurred by rain. You keep the curtains open to feel connected to the forest outside as you prepare for bed. From robe to pajamas, you turn out the lights and walk to the king-sized bed. Atop it, a thick duvet, soft as a cloud, drapes over the high mattress. The 4 wooden posts of the frame give a sense of sleeping atop a treehouse. All the colors of the room suit your preferences, aiming to remind you of all you find beautiful in this world. As the fire crackles in the wood stove, you sink into the bed, the mattress conforming to your body as you pull the duvet up to your chin. You love its weight, how it grounds you and feels like a hug, a barrier between you and all the energy of the outside world. Every element of the night, the rain, the warmth of the fire, the soft cedar scent lingering in the air, the craftsmanship of the cabin serves to gift you the best night of sleep. With each breath, you feel the weight of the day slipping away, your body growing heavy with relaxation. You close your eyes, knowing that the night promises the best sleep you've had in a long time. Secure in the comfort of this forest refuge, you sense sleep coming slowly, at first rolling in like the first gentle drops of rain, growing to fully envelop you in a wonderful shower of slumber. And you may continue on to the next rain-kissed tale or fall asleep. Rainy day at the cheese shop. Greenwich Village, a historic neighborhood in Manhattan, makes it easy to get lost in the winding streets and lanes that deviate from the predictable grid of the urban world above 14th Street. Many buildings remain low, some but a few stories high. Built centuries ago, they are preserved and protected from skyrise developers. Carriage houses remain, now fashioned into trendy apartments, giving a glimpse into what once was. Some dwellings go back to the turn of the 19th century, their brick and wooden facades maintained by those who love the village and all its history. On nights both clear and stormy, a larger piece of sky may be observed than in Midtown to the north or the financial district to the south. Nestled on Bleecker, a storied street where beatnik poets and folk singers first performed in coffee houses, is a renowned cheese shop that first opened in the mid-20th century, not always known for selling cheese. The space was once a market with bread and eggs and odds and ends, but the dream of a young entrepreneur who longed to be an affineur and purveyor of the finest cheeses from around the world changed the shop's destiny. Every wheel of cheese told a story of creative and adventurous souls, some happening upon fortunate mistakes that birthed new styles of cheese. Long before the modern conveniences of refrigeration, cheese became a staple. The controlled spoilage of milk made for preservation at a time when everything was already spoiling. Just imagine the first souls who were brave enough, or perhaps desperate enough, to take a chance and nosh on an unknown cheese curd. Cheese mythology places that person somewhere around 5500 BC, going on a trek with a natural canteen containing the magical enzyme that formed the first curds and whey. Its evolution came a long way, and the cheese shop on Bleecker was determined to celebrate it and share the bounty of cheesy pleasures available to the modern palate. You walk along Bleecker as rain softly falls on your umbrella. Reflections in puddles magnify the beauty of the village, capturing the colorful storefronts with flashes of taxi headlights in the rippling pools. You avoid the puddles as a few neighborhood residents, having forgotten their umbrellas, dash beneath the awnings of shops. Many of these shops have served generations of families, including an Italian deli and a bakery featuring the best rainbow cookies and cannolis in the area. The aroma of incense precedes your arrival at a bohemian shop selling paisley tunics, handmade jewelry, and Himalayan salt lamps. A jazz trio stands beneath the awning of a pub, sheltered from the rain, yet somehow shifting the tempos of their song to its steady patter. You close your eyes for a moment, inhaling the damp air and listening to the sounds of tires sloshing through puddles, animated conversations of scurrying New Yorkers, and the distant honking of traffic on 6th Avenue. A pair of pigeons coo overhead, seeking cover on the fire escape of a 5-story brick building. The energy of the village permeates your being, alive and unique. Even on a gloomy spring day, it evokes a feeling that nowhere else in the world can. You come upon the cheese shop with floor-to-ceiling windows showcasing 100-pound wheels of Alpine cheese and Parm, serving as tables for dozens of triangular cuts of the aged delicacies for sale. You open the door into the shop, welcomed by the soft gold lighting and dry air, and shake off your umbrella before placing it in a wooden barrel for storage. Cheesemongers remain busy behind the case, offering samples to customers, and expertly using wires and chef knives to portion and weigh pieces. The hundreds of cheeses in the showcase have traveled from around the world, from Europe and Australia, and from artisan domestic producers from Oregon to Vermont, using time-honored techniques and traditional methods to elevate America's place in the cheese world. You peruse the counter, inhaling the smell of freshly baked baguettes in baskets before the display, Notes of butter and cheese waft from panini presses near the checkout, where an employee makes decadent grilled cheese sandwiches and melts. Shelves lined with jams and confits, chocolates, honey, and marinated and brined vegetables offer unique pairing options for the cheeses. A woman named Olivia descends a set of stairs that lead to cozy rooms above that overlook the shop and rainy Bleecker Street. Each night, the rooms welcome guests from around the world who attend classes, learning the history of cheese and how to make burrata and mozzarella from curd. A floral apron is tied snugly around her waist with a cornflower blue strap, and her hair is plaited in a thick braid that forms a crown around her head. She smiles warmly and comes to greet you, offering a tour of the caves and a unique chance to help her prepare for a class. You like her instantly. There's an openness to her eyes and face, like meeting a longtime friend who cannot wait to share her passions with you. She leads you through swinging doors to the back of house, where employees prepare charcuterie boards and cheese boards featuring figs, nuts, and dried fruits. The artistic arrangements capture the essence of spring, with salami fashioned into roses and sprigs of rosemary surrounded by golden nuggets of cheddar. You walk past a wine cellar and to a stairwell that leads to the caves, where cheeses are aged and tended to by an affineur in head-to-toe scrubs, a mask, and a hairnet. You stand on the other side of a small window, watching the cave master flipping wheels of cheese with his assistant. The bloomy rinds of brie and soft ripened cheese are gently patted to create a rind, thin and delicate. Some downy white rinds appear like fondant on a wedding cake. And Olivia mentions how many will ask the shop to create 5-tiered cakes made of cheese wheels for celebrations. Olivia tells you that all rinds are edible, if not palatable, and only you may be the judge of that. She does joke, though, that in the world of cheese etiquette, while consuming a rind is not mandatory, she never met someone who only goes for the rind, so it's advisable to not just leave it on the tray when at a party, and to take it with you and perhaps discard it. As you watch the activities in the caves, Olivia delves into her past, sharing how she spent many years of her life in what people would perceive as glamorous or an aspirational career, working in the film industry. But it was a frenetic life, often leading her to sleepless nights and frigid locations for exterior shoots. One rainy day like today, she found herself in the village for a shoot, soaked to the core as the cameras were being moved for another shot, and she was left to stand around and wait. She stepped into the shop, and instantly it felt like a homecoming. The warmth, the soft lighting, the camaraderie of mongers passionate about their work. A cup of tomato soup and grilled cheese with French onion confit and Hallerhacker on a Pullman loaf later, and the crew nearly needed to pry her from the shop. Olivia soon got involved with the growing education department, learning in the most wonderful way anyone can learn, at her own pace, by engaging all her senses with tastings and teachings, and simply eating her way through the store. She absorbed the stories of cheese pioneers, focused on preserving the enduring spirit and practices of those who came before them. Olivia invites you to follow her to the classrooms, where you will assist and learn firsthand how to build the perfect cheese board. She leads you up the back spiral stairs to a classroom with 4 rows of rustic wooden tables facing the front and a glass wall that looks down on the shop. The weakest of umbrellas are turned inside out and upside down as the March winds howl through Bleecker Street, bringing with them a steady stream of nearly horizontal rain. You cannot be happier to be inside the warm shop, soon to be lost in the ritual of setting up for the event. You need do nothing more than follow Olivia's lead, and notice that sometimes it's nice to go along with someone else's plan, to not have to figure out anything on your own. She brings you to a farmhouse-style sink, and like the furnishings in the room, it gives an old-timey charm, something entirely unexpected in the heart of modern-day New York City. You wash your hands with the almond goat milk soap, inhaling the sweet and natural smell as you find comfort in the rich lather and warm water. She hands you a white apron that you put on, along with a baker's hat. Olivia shows you how to prepare each setting. With rectangular slates, she wipes clean with sanitizing wipes that fill the air with a faint smell of alcohol. She puts out glassware and places fancy cheese knives with 2 prongs at the end that act like a fork. The blades resemble the eyes of Swiss cheese, with various holes in the stainless steel that prevent soft, unctuous cheeses from getting stuck to the knives. Olivia curates an experience, setting an ambiance enhanced by the dim lighting of wall sconces and flickering candles placed along the tables in front of the room. Bossa Nova music plays softly as you methodically carry the heavy black slates in stacks, arranging them down the rows in perfect alignment. There is a meditative quality to this experience. The counting and arranging causes your mind to be still. You get pleasantly lost in each task and the simplicity of preparation. As you mention this to Olivia, she smiles warmly, her eyes caught up in a memory that allows her to drift for a moment before she looks at you. You're in the cheese zone, she jokes, as a glint returns to her eyes. You assist in replenishing glass jars with chocolate-covered almonds dried cherries, and glistening Marcona almonds, and place them around glass carafes of water and small bouquets of dried flowers in crystal vases. The transformation of the room from stark and barren to warm and inviting is now ready for the preparation of the main event. Olivia brings you to the butcher block counter in the back of the room, where 7 different cheeses await to be thoughtfully cut and placed on the slates. Each cheese represents a style, rife with stories of its history and evolution through time. The first is a fresh sheep and goat cheese in a jar of oil from Australia, with fresh sprigs of thyme and peppercorn. Its herbaceous aroma evokes thoughts of spring picnics with crusty baguettes, sparkling beverages, and a thick plaid blanket sprawled across a knoll of emerald grass. Olivia passes you a box of latex gloves, and once the gloves are properly put on, she offers you a jar, a spoon, and a cheese harp. The harp is a wonderful tool with a long steel wire that slices through the cheese with ease to create a perfect cut. You follow her lead as she halves the cubes and places a piece of the white cheese in a small red ramekin on a serving tray. One by one, you slice through the cheeses and place them in the red row of dishes. You learn how the recipe was inspired by Greek feta. Feta, meaning slice, was yet another happy cheese accident when a soul long ago encountered the enzyme in the lining of his satchel made from a lamb. Feta slices were stored in barrels of brine, safely left to exist much longer than milk would. Cheese's milks leap towards immortality, Olivia explains. She shows you how to drizzle the yellow gold oil and arrange the sprigs atop the creamy squares of cheese. The makers of this cheese are a couple, and one is a veterinarian devoted to tending to the animals to give them the best life and procure their milk for this farmstead cheese. The ramekins clink against the slates as you place them one by one down the rows. Once finished, you are given rounds of triple creme bloomy rind cheeses, often miscalled brie, as brie somehow became the poster child for all surface ripened cheese. The white round fits in the palm of your hand as Olivia shows you how to section it with a slight bend in the wrist as she presses the wire through the cloud-like rind, the lush velvety cream line, and denser white paste in the center. You slice the wheel in half once, twice, and then 4 more times to create 8 perfect triangles, showcasing the ideal ripeness for this French-style cheese crafted centuries ago. With extra cream added to the recipe in the early 1900s, beyond the common 4 ingredients of milk, rennet, salt, and cultures, the cheese took on the richness of butter. You place the second cheese on the slates, perfectly aligned next to the ramekin. From there, Olivia breaks into a square cheese with a bright orange rind, the funkiest of the cheeses on today's board. It lends an earthy, foot-like odor, the byproduct of the constant washing of the cheese. This practice began with monks who aimed to wash away the mold on cheeses with a brine solution. And when they did, bacteria appeared to create a vibrant exterior. Olivia cuts small square pieces and places them on sheets of waxed paper that you use to transport and arrange them on the board. The candles create vibrant patterns of light and shadows on the subway tile backsplash as the rain continues to fall outside and patrons enter the store downstairs. The next cheese comes from a cloth-bound wheel, smelling of both fruit and fresh cut grass and even a touch of horseradish. You help remove the cloth, and Olivia instructs you how to chunk the wheel, chipping away golden nuggets with a small almond-shaped knife with a wooden handle, not much larger than your thumb. Soon a hill of rich yellow cheddar with white crystals covers the cutting board, with smaller pieces cascading down from the wheel like tumbling rocks. There's something fun and playful to this process, a freestyle movement with no concerns about precision or perfection. After placing these beloved cheddar pieces on the slates, you encounter an Alpine cheese, a cooked pressed milk style cheese from Switzerland. With a long flat knife the length of a small sword, Olivia bears all her weight down on the aged cheese, portioning it into pieces that resemble tall slices of pie. She then turns these triangular pieces on their sides, slicing through the paste and rind to make smaller triangles. Aromatic notes of dried pineapple and caramelized onions rise from this cheese, a cheese ideal for melting atop soups and in sandwiches and fondue. Olivia tells of the cows involved in making this cheese. Just before summer arrives, they are marched to the top of the Jura Mountains, free to roam and forage through wildflowers and grasses that impart rich flavors and nutrients into the raw milk that's crafted into the cheese. Over the centuries, cheeses like this had such value. They were used as currency and to pay taxes. The next wheel, a sheep's milk cheese from the French Pyrenees, offers the slight smell of creme brulee and a kiss of smoke. Yet when you smell the rind, it has the strange aroma of oysters. The wheel is smaller than the last, but cut similarly. You fashion the triangular pieces in opposite directions when you place them down, creating a mesmerizing pattern that stands out against the black slate. The last cheese is a blue, quite the divisive style. But Olivia defends she selected a gateway blue for those in need of something milder and creamy. This time she returns to the harp, and you help to slice through the small pieces she gives you, creating delicate triangles of creamy ivory cheese mottled with blue and blue-green dots and veins. Olivia tells you about the folklore of blue cheese, how a boy was once walking along the shore with his rye bread and cheese. The sun was intense, and he tucked into a cave to enjoy his lunch in the shade, when he spotted a young girl walking on the beach and was instantly smitten. He forgot about his lunch in an effort to catch up and introduce himself. And while no match was formed, months later he returned to the cave and discovered the blue mold on his bread had jumped onto the cheese. He ate it and lived to tell, and thus became the origins of a new style of cheese. Olivia jokes that he may not have been brave or desperate at all, just merely too curious for his own good. But it ended well, at least for those who love blue cheese. You finish plating the cheese as Olivia cleans up the back, carefully wrapping the leftovers in wax paper for you to take home. She gathers your apron and removes hers, hanging them in the hall and disappearing to freshen up. You stand perfectly still, taking in the peaceful, romantic energy of the room, grateful to be part of what will be an exceptional night. Olivia reappears in an elegant black cocktail dress and checks in the guests who filter in from the cold, rainy night. They hang their coats, and you watch their faces relax in a sense of deep appreciation and awe when they encounter the slates for the first time. The room is soon full of life, of animated chatter as Olivia closes the door and walks to a tall cafe table at the front. She tells the story of how she winded up in a cheese shop, and there are collective awes and some jealous guests who wish for a career change themselves. She encourages everyone to slow down and engage in their senses as the tasting begins. The room is full of curious souls who come to realize how lucky they are to live in a time when these delicacies exist and are easily found. You go through the lineup that you plated, hearing stories again, and some new ones as well, as the attendees engage with Olivia's vast knowledge. Moments float by, your palate charged and satiated by this journey through cheese, a comfort food on a night where comfort is sought. As the class comes to a close, everyone lingers for a bit, having found a sanctuary in the village on a stormy night. You help clean the slates and glasses, lost once more in the methodical tasks that connect you with the present moment. One by one, the guests brave the night and slip away onto Bleecker Street beneath their trench coats and umbrellas. With one final pass, you and Olivia go throughout the room and blow out the candles. The space is once more quiet and stark, but this time it feels sleepy, or perhaps it is you that has become quite tired. Olivia offers you a canvas bag of treats for all your help, and you share a quick hug, thanking her for a lovely evening. You return to the store floor to retrieve your umbrella, just as a monger makes his way through the shop with a bucket and mop, while others restock the shelves as closing time looms. They wish you a good night, as if you are now part of their team, and you step out into the village. The wind has lessened, but the spring rain remains steady. You take your time, reflecting on all that's transpired, as revelers spill out of pubs, comedy clubs, jazz bars, and karaoke spots. The rain is not much of a deterrent for the night scene in Manhattan. You come upon Washington Square Park and its iconic arch, entering a pre-war building to its north. The building retains a timeless feel, with marble floors and a set of wide stairs that lead to your apartment. Once inside, you place your food items in the fridge and enjoy a quick hot shower before changing into pajamas. The bedroom, with its exposed wooden beams in the ceiling and ivory painted brick walls, boasts a functioning fireplace. In a week or two, it will be much too warm, so you enjoy what may be the last fire of the season as you strike a match and the kindling catches, soon engulfing a log. As the fire crackles and pops, you settle atop an antique canopy bed, peering out the window onto the cherry blossoms in the park below. Pink petals fall into the rippling puddles, adding pops of color illuminated by street lamps and enhanced by the sparkling rain. You sink deep into the bed, feeling a tiredness in your muscles. Your face relaxes, and you close your eyes, lulled by the symphony of the rain, sparks flying up the flue, and the distant muted sirens of the city. Grateful once more for the comforts of the modern world and for the stories of what came before. Sink into slumber or continue your travels through another misty, rain-soaked world. Stormy night in Barbados. The small island of Barbados, located in the South Caribbean Sea, is the farthest east of all the Caribbean islands. Hailing from the Spanish word Los Barbados, or Portuguese words Os Barbados, meaning the bearded ones, there is some speculation that the name pays homage to the bearded fig trees and gullies. These trees were far more plentiful centuries ago, with long brown aerial roots that hang down like curtains, offering refuge for monkeys and bats. Others believe the name refers to the sudsy white sea foam formations on the abundant reefs, appearing like white beards. And through the layers of time and change, influenced by West African, Portuguese, Creole, Indian, and British cultures, Barbados is uniquely its own. The rocks underlying the island consist of shale, clay, and sand, which began to form land 70 million years ago. And now, sugar cane cultivated for centuries brings soft shades of fluttering green to the inland, while coral and white sand beaches edge along the brilliant aquamarine sea. You stand on the veranda of a modest villa, a guest house really. The abundant golden sunlight pours into the lofty open-air space with ceilings that rise toward the cerulean sky. The doors remain open to the home, letting in the sea breeze. Peering out onto the water, the ocean and sky are endless soulmates of varying shades of blue. Their gradients of blue hues change slowly. Only the perceived beginning and end give an indication of how much they darken and vary throughout. So much blue and clarity betray any thought of the storm on its way. But since the island was first inhabited by humankind, as with all the magical islands in the Caribbean, Mother Nature was quick to teach how the weather can change with a moment's spin of the winds and storm clouds. You swing on a hammock, sipping a sweet tea, or perhaps an Arnold Palmer or coconut water, feeling the cool beverage soothe your throat after an early dinner. The air is hot and humid, and the winds are remarkably calm. The only indication of changing weather patterns is seen in the behavior of birds that seem to be more anxious and busy, as if preparing to take refuge. All week, the forecast has forewarned of a tropical storm, with gale-force winds and inches of rain. You rise from the hammock and saunter down the veranda steps to Follow a path beneath a canopy of palm fronds that softly rustle overhead, offering a reprieve from the late afternoon light. You decide to enjoy a walk on the beach. Out at sea, sailboats make their way back to the marina, their ivory sails standing out against the blue skies. Puffy white clouds move in, adding to the canvas of blue and white. Barefoot, you pay attention to the change from the thick green blades of the neatly manicured lawn to the powdery white sand beneath your feet. Nearer the surf, the sand has the softest hint of salmon pink, a dreamy, nurturing hue that awakens comforting feelings of softness. There are days and places meant for thinking, but this afternoon in Barbados is simply meant for feeling, flowing from one moment to the next, surrendering to the day as it unfolds. People from neighboring villas and vibrantly hued bungalows have the same idea as well, enjoying one last swim or search for shells. A trio of school-aged kids snorkel along the reefs to the south, where they are often found racing into the sea as soon as their studies are done and they change from their uniforms into comfortable island attire. You wear the kind of billowing clothes that invite the air to whisper against your skin. Breathable and light, they offer a sense of freedom. And as the wind shifts, catching speed, you extend your arms out and feel as if you could fly or windsurf across the placid turquoise water, your toes dipping down into its silky warmth whenever you wish to connect. You walk into the delicate waves where the water is so clear it gives way to the peachy pink sand below before shades of aquamarine and blue take over, tugging at your linen pants to hoist them higher. You submerge your legs until the water laps just below your knees. As the water recedes, the breeze cools the droplets that remain on your sun-kissed skin. You feel your pores open in its radiant light, shielding your eyes with your palm as you look at the twinkling expanse of blue. The air changes, becoming cool in a refreshing way, alerting you that a storm is coming near. The anticipation of its arrival evokes intrigue. There are days when the sun can feel too perfect and too much. There are moments when we all need the world around us to change, to offer us time to hunker down and draw within. In the modern world in particular, Few forces exist with enough power to tell us to stop being so busy and slow down. But nature is one of them. The gentle waves become stronger, their lapping melody taking on a percussive crash onto the wet sand and coral. A mother cries out to the school kids who have been trained to listen for her voice, even when their eyes are focused on the ocean floor, immersed in an underwater exploration. Their heads pop out of the water as they blow out any water in their snorkeling gear and remove their goggles that have left indentations in their contented faces. The winds and changing tide are the opening acts for the storm clouds that hurry in fast, transforming the sapphire waters in the distance into shades of dusty purple and gray. Storms like this reveal the boringness in perfection. They offer a welcome transition, impermanent and fierce. The thought of watching the night sky light up with silver flashes as rain pelts against the windows of the villa causes goosebumps to tickle down your arms and legs. How alive you feel on this day, one soul of many, to be fortunate enough to revel in the beauty of Barbados and see its ever-changing cast of colors and moods. You take in a deep breath and can smell the rain on its way, transforming the soft redolence of tropical flora and salt water with a clean, hopeful smell. Everyone has vacated the sea, and you too exit the water and walk on the sand once more. It gathers on your feet, fine and sparkly, in the last rays of sunlight to pour through the palm fronds before the purple black-bellied clouds fill the sky. The first flashes of lightning appear along the horizon, so subtle one may miss them if not looking for them. A small rainbow appears to the right, where the rain is already falling, far out at sea, touched by the sun. You make your way back to the villa that is painted in a happy shade of bubblegum pink. Like so many of the historic homes, and even the new bungalows and villas, color is an ally. A pop of bliss on the wooden facades and shutters that dapple the countryside and villages of Barbados. Just around the bend, a series of bungalows represent the colors of an 8-pack of crayons. Bold, vivid, and never too much for the tropical palette. Barbados has a soul to it, an inexplicable ancestral energy that instills a sense of wanting to stay. The island becomes an anchor, and you feel it as it imparts a desire to always come to or return to this heavenly oasis. By the time the first fat drops of rain arrive, you have already made it to the outdoor shower where you wash your calves and feet free of sand and salt, and then splash your face with the lukewarm water. The rain patters on the tin roof of the shower, and when you step out, a few raindrops land on your face, slipping between the canopy of palm fronds. They feel icy on your lips and cheeks. A flash of lightning reflects on the ocean, and a second later, thunder rumbles. You ascend the half-circle stairs that rise to the veranda, sitting in a porch swing for a few minutes to watch the storm evolve. The palms sweep the air, catching the rain and then shaking it loose. The rhythmic patter of the rain, the swooshing of the palms, and the distant sound of the surf and thunder come together to form a dreamy soundtrack. Wind chimes add their dulcet tones, made by local artisans. Your collection of chimes features unique shells and sea glass in shades of emerald, light blue, and cobalt. You swing back and forth as the rain bounces off the railing of the veranda, leaving a thin layer of cool mist on your skin. At any point, you may slink inside and unwind, giving in to the sleepy feeling that comes in the late afternoon. Naps are welcome, even celebrated, on days like today, as the soft spray of the bouncing rain becomes colder and heavier. You rise from the chair, and the chain that holds it squeaks softly. You walk across the creaking and groaning boards of the veranda and enter the open double doors into the main room, closing them behind you. Ceiling fans spin vertically, circulating the air and its sudden coolness. The room is decorated in shades of sand and white, with pops of your favorite colors appearing in accents and paintings, throw blankets, and hand-woven rugs. Artwork bought in craft markets outside of Bridgetown celebrate the island in unique ways. Flashes of lightning reflect on the sea-inspired floor tiles that are cool beneath your bare feet. Storm clouds block the sun, darkening the island and preventing any chance of taking in the typical colorful sunset. You approach an antique credenza and remove a match from a matchbox. You strike it and a flame erupts, flickering in the circulating air as you protect it, lighting 6 ivory candles in a brass candelabra, moving swiftly as the match burns down. You light each wick, and the smells of sulfur and melting wax fill the air. Thunder rumbles once more, softly echoing through the villa. Wind chimes and the ocean sing out quietly in the distance. The lights flicker and soon go out, and your intuitive impulse to light the candles is validated. Each raindrop is like an insistent call, lulling you deeper into a state of peace and sleepiness. You yawn as you balance the candelabra in your hand and allow it to guide you down the long hallway, where chiffon curtains dance around the floor-to-ceiling windows. Shadows grow long on the floor and reflect on the glass, elongating the shape of your body, cast in the flickering orange gold light. Upon entering the room, you look outside, beyond the small balcony, to witness the choppy seas. The world outside has transformed into something utterly unrecognizable from an hour ago. The blues have become deep shades of gray. Setting the candelabra on a desk by a bay window, you stand in the frame of French doors and lean your head against the glass pane as rain streams down the window. The world magically blurs through a lens of raindrops, and you stand between the vibrant silver flashes of lightning outside and the enchanting warm glow of the flickering candles behind you. The bedroom suite has an air of sophistication blended with the rustic charm of the ivory wooden beams of the cathedral ceiling. A mix of old and new, the high ceilings provide ample space for the towering posts of a canopy bed dripping in flowing fabric, the bedroom suite offers a reflection of the island's vibrant energy, featuring elements inspired by the rich history and artistic culture of Barbados. Bookshelves overflow with dog-eared novels, and the walls host art replications that echo the creative spirit that has drawn artists and writers to this beachside community for generations. Palm fronds sway outside the many windows of the room, brushing against the glass with a reminder of the constant motion on the island, from the tides to the ocean breezes. Before falling asleep, you sit at the desk, taking a moment to pour your thoughts into a journal, a task you've been promising yourself to do for some time. The stormy night provides the ideal ambiance for self-reflection. You pick up the pen and begin to write, feeling a part of yourself pour out onto the page, with each letter and handwriting unique to you and you alone. You imagine the letters written throughout time from this very desk, long before electronic communication, when handwritten letters were ubiquitous. You find the more you describe, landing your thoughts and gratitude on the page, the more sleepy you become. The rain comes down harder as the wind whips around the villa. You feel like you are in the eye of the storm, calm and contained in its protection, as the uncontrollable forces of nature play on into the night. The allure of falling asleep early takes hold as you savor this reprieve from routine, letting go of everything and immersing yourself in the comforting hunger of your sanctuary. You feel inspired to retire much earlier than you would on those late sunset nights. There is a rhythm to island life that has potent powers, even influencing energy levels and the way you go about the day. You appreciate its guidance, especially now, as it leads you to sleep. One by one, you blow out the candles, the air whistling out your pursed lips. like a soft echo of the stormy winds, changing into lightweight bedclothes. You peel back the bedspread and cotton sheets, hit with a faint aroma of jasmine from the sun-dried linens. You welcome their soft, cool touch against your skin as you sink deeper into the plush mattress in a cocoon of sheets. The scent of fresh linens joins the soothing aroma of clean rain. Amidst the storm's crescendo, you feel a profound connection to the generations of inhabitants who surrendered to the whims of nature, finding shelter from the storms. The wind, carrying the echoes of stories and resilience with its whispering howls, slips through the cracks beneath the doors, subtly circulating the air. The island's magical energy permeates the room, further tranquilizing every tired cell in your being as the soporific rain and rolling thunder usher you to sleep. Currents of sleepiness come in slowly at first until you give in completely, drifting into the depths of sleep, consoled by the spirit of Barbados, the villa haven, and the unwavering belief that the sun will shine come morning, finding peace, finding comfort, finding bliss, finding sleep. It's time to dream away.